Hey, Megan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Right. And it said you stuck some shit out of the wrong. Yeah.
Lexi, come here for a second. Oh, never mind. No, just playing. Huh. You're in there, I don't know. Volume's all the way up. Maybe I just hadn't started yet.
We have a special prosecutor case. What do you have? Okay,
That's the Russell County Jail, and not scheduled to be on till 10.
10 o'clock, this is, okay.
Person first.
Okay, Commonwealth versus Tara Ayers. Are you Tara Ayers? You born in 1991, last four digits, social security number 3013. You're here today for a pretrial conference. Y'all have an agreement on this? Mr. Stockton? January? Is that when all of them are going to be? January 27th at 1 o'clock. And when, so then she'll be back here in court on February the 10th. February the 10th is your next court day. There are no complaints about your bond. It appears you're on the same bond. Okay, thank you. Nicholas Boer. Nicholas Boer. (20 CR 0074), Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Nicholas Boer. Are you Nicholas Boer? You born in 1998. Last four digits, social security number 7266. We're here today on a pretrial conference. Mr. Stockton, this is Nicholas Boer.
We need negotiation today, Your Honor. This first day in court.
Okay. January the 27th, sir, is when you need to be here for negotiation at 1 o'clock. You need to be here on February the 10th for your next court date. You're under the same condition of bond. February the 10th and negotiation on January the 27th. Both of them are conditions of your bond. You understand that? Okay. I said February the 10th. Yeah, well, the negotiation, Mr. Stockton.
Yeah, I think, I'm gonna give a, I have these negotiation days, people forget, nobody pays attention. And then everybody wants to talk to me for a different day crossing.
Who is this? Who's talking to you here? Stay away from the Commonwealth attorney while we're going on, okay?
I
Jeez,
guess it's overbuilt.
that's all right. I'm ready. Let's go.
I think they're doing it in the afternoon at
1 o'clock.
That is going to be motion. 1 o'clock here.
The unit Commonwealth has figured it out, so I don't have to do that. Okay, sir. Caleb Brown. Commonwealth versus Caleb Brown, 21 CR 00112. Are you Caleb Brown? Born in 2002, last four digits, social security number 4799. Okay, what do we have here on this pretrial conference?
Your Honor, we went on this case, we discussed it, we made some progress, I've got to get some records from Mr. Solomon. We have one more.
So you want to negotiate, you just want to do it out for February the 10th, or do you want a negotiation day too? January 27th at 1 p.m. You're to be here for negotiations with the Commonwealth. Next court date is February the 10th, okay? You understand? Okay. William David Cope. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus William David Cope, 21 CR 0070. Are you Mr. Cope? Born in 1961, Mr. Cope.
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 3558. We're here today for a pretrial conference. What do you have?
Your Honor, we have a misdemeanor.
Okay. A motion's been tendered, sir, that says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Okay, is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Let him behind the podium there. Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Okay, now you you're the same person that was there under indictment for 21 CR 0070. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and the United States Constitution. Are you satisfied with the advice of your attorney? Okay, you have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charges against you. You understand that by accepting the plea that you waive those rights today. Now that you understand that? Okay. Has anyone threatened, coerced you or anything? Okay, I want you to listen. This is a misdemeanor plea, but I want you to listen to what the Commonwealth has to say that their offer is, to see if this is what you agree to, okay? Go ahead, Mr. Stockton.
Your Honor, he was legally set up on law for $1,000. He was sentenced to 12 months probation for 2 years. He paid restitution of $1,400 no later than March 31st, 2022. That's according to the restitution order of the supply. He will receive credit for time served, take court costs at the discretion of the court. Also, once the restitution is played, his co-defendant declared of the length of life is
Now, what is the court cost in this case?
$155.
$155. You need some time on that, sir. Okay, I'll let you pay it at $30 a month, starting 30 days from today, okay? Now, let me see, is that your signature on the plea document there? This is a misdemeanor, so I can go ahead and sign the judgment today. Counselor, do you have any objection to me entering the judgment today?
No.
Okay, well, we'll do that.
It's a misdemeanor. Switch it.
I'll sign the,
No, it's not. That's just-
is this a Alfred plea? So you're entering this plea because you think that there's a possibility that you could get, with the evidence, that you could get convicted, and you choose to do this way. Now, there was the felony was a weapons charge. Is that correct? What was the felony? Okay, okay. I just want to make sure it wasn't a weapons charge. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. And you, first payment is today, and then of course you got the restitution order. Yeah, the fine, but what's the restitution order say?
It says pay it by March 31st.
Okay, so you got two different things. You got the court costs, you got the restitution, okay? Okay, thank you very much. Nevels, Cecil Nevels. Commonwealth versus Cecil Nevels, 21 CR 0094. You Cecil Nevels. You were born in 1996. The last four digits of your social security number are 4543. Okay. Today on a pretrial conference, Low. You're here on a pretrial conference. Wait a second. Wait a second. Okay, we're here. We have a pretrial conference today. What does the Commonwealth have to say about this? Okay, is it a felony plea, pretrial diversion? What is it? Okay. Well, go ahead and keep that. I'm gonna let you keep those, and I'll just go through the thing that you can identify a signature on, okay? Motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Could you state your full name? If you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, you feel like you're fully informed? Okay, we got to cut the talking down there because y'all are keying the microphones, okay? That's okay. Now, have you previously, have you been diverted in the last 5 years? Or have you had any felonies in the past 10 years? Okay, now I'm going to listen to the Commonwealth's recommendation, but you have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept any plea, you have to know that, I have to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything, right to speed, trial by jury, right to be represented counsel, but at a jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of the charges against you. By entering this plea, you give up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided below. I do not have to accept the recommendation. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have a right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. Mr. Carter, would you come forward? Sir, you sit just your left just a bit. You get behind the podium, Mr. Carter, and tell us what the recommendation is.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth offers Mr. Dale on a plea of guilty to wanton punishment first degree, a sentence of 5 years, serve 30 days, additional in excess upon incarceration, with the balance pretrial diverted for 5 years. The defendant would have no contact with the victim or victim's family. The defendant would enter and complete anger management counseling schedule through probation and parole, to seek credit for time served, pay fine and costs at your discretion, and obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours of community service until that is attained, and remain on active supervision until all costs, fines, and restitution are paid for.
Take him out. Y'all are keying the microphone. Everybody cannot talk in the jury box. It keys the microphone. Anybody that wants to talk can go back into the jury room. Is that what you agreed to, sir? Has anybody threatened or coerced you in any way? You're in guilty plea because you are guilty. You realize if you successfully complete the diversion period, the case will be dismissed pre-trial diversion, you get it expunged. However, if you violate the terms of pre-trial diversion, you get brought back into court here and I revoke your pre-trial diversion, you'll be a convicted felon, and this can be used against you to enhance sentences in the future. Do you understand that? Counselor, do you know any reason why I should not accept this plea here today? Is that your signature on those documents there? Okay, file it over here. Okay, I will sign the pretrial diversion order. What are the court costs in this case? Court costs $155. You need some time to pay that. The first payment's due 30 days from day, $30. Okay, $30 a month. First payment today, 30 days from today. I'll sign that diversion agreement. You will need to meet with the probation and parole officer so he can get the information. Okay. Hey.
Before he's released because of the ESW.
Okay, is he in the custody of jailer now? Okay, okay, well, we'll have to call the jail and tell him to come up here, so you just take him in custody and put him back there in the cell, okay? You serve your time. The bailiff will take you back there. Okay. Sure, have a great day. Jesse Phillips, come over to Jesse Phillips. Cromwell versus Jesse W. Phillips, 21 CR 00017. Are you Jesse W. Phillips? Okay. Were you born in 1987? What are the last 4 digits of your social security number? Okay, we're here today on a pre-trial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to announce on this?
We'll have to play your own, we're changing the paperwork.
Okay, you want to drop it to the end of the docket or when you get it finished?
We'll let you know here too.
Okay, just go ahead and take a seat back there. We'll call your case back up. Okay, there were 2 cases. There was, the next one is Terry Phillips. What's the story on him?
Your Honor, I made a mistake in paperwork. We put the old statute down, theft by unlawful taking over $500 on it, and theft by unlawful taking over 1,000. And I guess I need some clarification, because I think when he committed the offense, it would have been in the old statutes, the theft by unlawful taking was $500. Don't you agree, Mr. Crowder? Okay. I'm sorry, you called my name? Yes. What do you call it? Terry Phillips. because this is the issue. The
Well,
clerk
where
said
is he?
He didn't have to be here.
I don't know that. He's on the docket. I just go over the docket.
Motion to leave on the docket, because I can get a response from you about what's changing the paper. I think you gotta get him to sign the paperwork, you may have to first thing. Okay, forget it. Okay. Like I said-
Isn't that wonderful? Y'all are forgiving each other. What a great way to start here.
But it might be a clerk's issue, because I understand it's because you can't do the UOR code. But if it's the old offense under the old law, you should still be able to enter, is my understanding. Because when you committed the offense, it would have been under $500.
Yeah.
So I don't know if the paperwork needs to be changed, we just need to get a clarification on what we did. I thought about that after last night, so that's what I think. we should have.
Some,
The ones that I sent before is that, the URO code that was on the judgment for the amended charge don't appear in our system, so it wouldn't let me put anything.
well, you just need to call the AOC about it.
It's either under 500 or over 10,000, there was no leeway.
Okay, we just,
URO.
well, there's bound to be some way to do to override it. So just call AOC about it. Do what?
I mean, indictment,
No, see, he pled to a different charge than the indictment was.
Right.
He pled to,
but I don't put URO codes on the judgment.
I had to when I amended down,
Okay, but it wasn't anything on a judgment.
nothing on the judge.
It also, there's a note here, Mr. Cross, that says, please instruct the defendant that he is not allowed to have guns while on diversion. I don't know who put that on there. Okay.
Had requested probation and parole.
Probation and parole, have you found guns on him?
I did not, he lives in Tennessee, and he is unsupervised, but I know that he is still considered to be on probation. And while on probation, I'm allowed to have guns in pretrial version. And I was just telling him he didn't like that, so, but he's unsupervised, so.
Okay. I'm sure that put the fear of the Lord in him. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Wesley Rains. 21 CR 0028. Sir, are you Wesley Rains? Okay, you were born in 2001. Last four digits of social security number are what? 6433? Okay, we're here for a pretrial conference.
Your Honor, we have a pretrial version. It's what it says.
Okay. A motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Okay, is your judgment impaired today in any way? Are you impaired today? You know what's going on? If I gave you a drug test, could you pass one today? Okay. Are you satisfied with the advice of your attorney? Have you reviewed the document there on the pretrial diversion, and do you understand it? You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in favor, the right to appeal this matter, higher court if you lose, the right to require the Commonwealth prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty. You understand that by entering a guilty plea on these, you give up those rights. Now, I may consider the recommendation of the Commonwealth, but I may sentence you to any range permitted by law. In the event I do not accept the recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence. But you have a right to withdraw your plea. Now, have you been previously diverted in the last 5 years? You have to respond. Have you had the diversion? Have you been convicted of a felony in the last 10 years? Are you presently on probation? You understand that if you successfully complete the terms of the pretrial diversion, your case will be dismissed, pretrial diversion, you have it expunged. However, if you violate the terms, of the pretrial diversion, and I revoked the pretrial diversion. You'll be a convicted felon that can be used against you in the future. You understand that? Could the Commonwealth tell me what the recommendation is? Sir, listen very closely to this.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth offers Mr. Raines on plea of guilty possession of controlled substance first. The sentence is 3 years, pretrial diversion for 5, supervised, and pay costs at your discretion, be assessed by the social service clinician, obtain gainful employment at 30 hours a week community service until employed, and have all paraphernalia disposed of.
What's the court cost?
155.
How much?
155.
155. You need some time to pay that. I'll let you pay it at $30 a month. Your first payment starts 30 days from today. Now, this guilty plea here, you are entering this guilty plea and the diversion because you are guilty and for no other reason. Is that correct? Is that your signature on those documents? Well, I'll accept the pretrial diversion agreement, and you'll need to meet with the probation parole officer. When does he need to meet with you? Okay, go
Your
ahead.
Honor, I've also entered in a waiver of your representation, along with.
Okay, what case is it?
Brianna Elmore is also here. in there.
Okay, you understand that this attorney's representing both of you, and that's no problem with you? Is that correct? Okay. So he's in the custody of the jailer? Is that right? This is the other case, right? I'm sorry. Okay. Here's a commitment. Other case. Jamie Nicole Scott. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Jamie Nicole Scott, 21 CR 0026. Are you Jamie Nicole Scott? Your year of birth 1985. Last 4 digits, social security number 9033. Okay, you're here today on a pretrial conference. What do y'all have to announce? You have it drawn, or?
We need to have time to.
Okay, just have a seat back there, man. We'll call you back up in a few minutes. Patricia Diane Smith. Would you announce out in the hall, Patricia Diane Smith?
Your Honor, she's not here. She isn't around. I'm pretty sure I realize what happened. She had a district court case, the same. I think she thought that was everything, but I let her know she needs to be here ASAP.
Eric Ray's story. Is there a warrant out for him already? Okay. Talina Whitehead. That you had a hard time learning how to spell your name in first grade, didn't you? Huh?
A little bit, yes.
Yeah, okay. Were you born in 1973?
Yes.
Last 4 digits, social security number 0094. What do you got, Mr. Stockton?
That's the case we dismissed it. Mr. Cole pays the restitution to March 31st.
Okay, well, I'll set you a next court date of February 10th. If it's paid, we'll go ahead and enter an agreed order of dismissal, and you won't have to be here that day.
You want to say it, because it's not due until March 31st, you want to say it April?
Well, April was fine with me. I just thought she might want out under bond. I tell you what, I'll set the court date for April 14th, but counselor, if that's paid, you can submit an agreed order dismissing it, so she'll be out under conditions. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. That finishes it. Okay. Justin Gibson.
Not yours.
Yes, sir.
Not him. Show him it's not him. We have two.
To Justin
Yes.
Gibson.
We have one on here and we have one out there. Not one tell me it's not him.
I don't know what that means. It's not who.
He said, yes, sir, when you said Justin Gibson. This is
Well,
not-
he's representing Judge.
I'm talking about the guy on Zoom that talked to you.
I didn't see him.
Yeah.
I didn't see him. I thought we were doing live people.
Yes.
I didn't see
Mr.
him.
Gibson, it's not you. It's a different case.
Oh, so
So you just hold on right there, okay?
alrighty.
I didn't hear that. I was looking over there when I was.
He was talking to you.
I didn't hear. Okay, this is Justin Gibson, who was born in 1989, whose social security number is 6589.
Wrong one.
That's my client's identifying information.
That's the one that has bonded out and should be here in person.
That's this Justin Gibson's identifying.
That's true, I guess. Where is he?
I haven't had any problem.
He wasn't on the docket today, and this was handed to us late.
No, he was on the docket, but I wasn't notified that he had bonded out, so I had
Okay.
him on the in-custody docket.
Oh, I got you, I got you.
And then Carson called the jail for me, and he made a bonded out.
You look at his file and see what the bond said is when he's being court.
Bond states, he posted bond on November 30th, and it says December the 13th. Court date. And then the motion for arraignment filed by the phone will give the date of January the 14th at 9 a.m.
The 14th,
That's what's on the motion for arraignment. And then we changed it to the 13th. So,
Why did this happen with us? I mean, it looks like the whole thing's bombed up. You know what I'm saying as far as the bond? I know. What was our rule day last month? 13th. Was he here? We supposed to be here and he wasn't? That's what I'm asking, you know? Could you look at the file and see what? What do you say, Mr. Stockton?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I just logged on. What case are we on?
Well, this individual is out of custody. Justin Gibson, who is last four digits social security number 6589. And
Yes.
we did not know he was out of custody. But he didn't make a bond, but the bond says he was supposed to be here on December the 13th. And then there was another notice to be here that was on January 14th that was changed back to the 13th. Is that correct?
Well, let's just have him on for the February motion day, and he knows to be here now. He's got
February the
notice.
10th. February the 10th, okay? Brianna Elmore. Yeah, but there are a couple of them that aren't. There's two, there's two of them.
that's it.
Okay. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Rihanna Elmore. Are you Rihanna Elmore? Were you born in 1998? Last four digits of social security number 9164. Okay, you're here today for the purpose of a pretrial conference. A motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea of guilty today. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 0030? Is your judgment impaired today? Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, review the evidence, you feel like you're fully informed? Okay, you have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a guilty plea, I know that you need to understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Your right to speedy trial by jury, your right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, right to require the Commonwealth to rule on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty. You understand those? And by entering guilty plea today, you give up those rights. I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I can sentence you to any amount of that is allowed by law. if I sent you anything harsher than you've agreed to, you can withdraw your plea. Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years? Have you been convicted of a felony in the past 10 years? Are you presently under probation? You understand if you completely complete the diversion program, the charges will be dismissed and you get it expunged. Okay, you understand if you don't successfully complete it, I can revoke your diversion, sentence you, you'll be a convicted felon, and any future crimes could be punished more harshly. You understand? Step to your left, Mr. Stockton, will you read what the agreement is? And ma'am, listen very closely to this, see if this is what you agreed to, okay?
First degree. She'll be converted to 3 year sentence, converted to 5 years, she'll pay court costs of stretch in court. She'll enter and complete the Clinton County Specialty Court Program, maintain gainful employment.
Okay, what's the court cost in this?
$155.
Oh, the court cost is $155. You need some time to pay that. Okay, you can pay it $30 a month. The first payment will be 30 days from today, okay? Is that your son? Is that your signature on the pretrial diversion agreement? Okay, I'll go ahead and do the agreement. And when is she gonna get oriented for drug court? Is she in already?
We need to do an assessment. They're not going to take
Okay, well, we'll you keep in contact with your attorney, probation and parole officer needs to talk to you. There is an order here referring her. So I'll go ahead and sign the thing.
Judge, I'll supervise her until she starts her school.
Okay. No. Did you say Patricia Diane Smith was here now? Which one of these? Okay.
And there's an issue, he was going, yes, sir, and I'm like, no, not you.
I thought you were saying
Well, I was-
Trey's client. See, I thought it was Trey's client.
Well, that one is,
I know, but see, Trey was saying that. might be-
that one I'm saying is, the one that was.
Okay, the in custody docket will start in 5 minutes. We decided to do the in-person first today to clear the courtroom out since COVID's kind of coming back. Which one is you want me to take first? Yeah. Is that Taylor? So are any of these people on? Yeah. Claim it. Russell County. That's right. Haven't even had one. What do you got there?
Send him a Zoom link they requested. So might want to.
They're already on. Let's do the special prosecution case. Because Russell County is on. Russell County Correctional.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have Chris Thrasher.
Yes, sir. We'll get him.
Thank you. Fine if you want to. Are you gonna watch it on your iPad? Is that what you're gonna do? Well, they'll let you use that if you want to. I think public defender will let you share that.
Your Honor, I was gonna call one witness, bond hearing, last time you said that I could have.
Yeah, you can have a bond hearing if you want one.
I was just gonna call one witness.
Where is your witness?
He's coming in now. Do I need to take him in the back with me?
That'd be good, yeah.
We're getting him, Your Honor.
Mr. Leverage, will you go back there on the Commonwealth's computer so you can be recorded at this matter, it's right back in the jury room. Mr. Stockton, we're going to do the Chris Thrasher, the special prosecutor. You let him use your computer back there.
That'll be fine, Your
Okay. Okay, I'll call the case of Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Chris Thrasher, 20 CR 0087 and 21 CR 00114. Are you Chris Thrasher?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And what's your year of birth, Mr. Thrasher?
1982.
And the last four digits of your social security number?
2940.
You need to say that again. You're breaking out.
2940.
Okay. We're here today on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Judge, we have provided the discovery to Mr. Ousley. I emailed it to him this morning, all the written discovery and the grand jury audio on the new
You're
indictment.
going to have to speak up a little bit. It's not coming through out here very well. Okay?
Sorry, Judge. I emailed to Mr. Ousley the link to the discovery this morning, so he would have the written discovery that we can provide and the grand jury audio. He and I discussed this morning about meetings so that he could observe, so he could review the discovery that we cannot copy. And he and I will get together on that and make that available to him so he can look at the discovery that we are not allowed to copy. And I think once we get through that, we'll be able to have some discussions about resolution of the case once he sees the rest of the discovery.
Okay. How far out do you want to set the next court appearance?
Greg, what do you think? A couple
Can
months?
we go to March?
March the 3rd. March the 3rd. Now, Mr. Ousley, you had some issue that you want to address concerning bond.
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the bond presently?
I believe it's 5,000 cash, Your Honor.
500?
Yes, 500,000 cash.
Okay.
And Your Honor, we're asking for a reduction to $250,000 cash or property. And I'm prepared today. I have the defendant's father here.
Does the Commonwealth have any objection to $250,000 cash or property?
Judge, I believe that you set the bond appropriately on the initial review. So yes, sir, we would object to reduction in the bond given the nature of the charges and the nature of the evidence that supports the charges.
Well, I'll go ahead and hear some testimony on it. Of course, the issue here is whether or not he's a danger to the public or if he's a flight risk. Those are the two issues that would have to be there. Of course, if it's a $250,000 property bond, it would have to be twice that. So it'd have to be $500,000 worth of clear property. Is that the way you understand it, Mr. Leverage?
Yes, Your Honor. And I will concede that he is not a flight risk. I don't believe that most likely, I don't believe Mr. Thrasher is a flight risk. I believe that the issue is whether he is a danger to other people. And given the nature of the charges themselves, that's where I believe we have an issue.
Okay. You go ahead and call a witness if you want to, Mr. Ousley.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you take your mask off?
Yes.
Sir, will you state your name for the court?
Can you turn the big screen around there so?
Willie Garen Thrasher, Chris's father.
And if the judge were to reduce the bond to $250,000 cash and $500,000 property, would you be willing to post property in that amount?
Yes.
And could he come and stay and live with you?
Yes, he's been with me ever since this all started.
And the judge has ordered that if he is released, that he be monitored and that he have no internet access and no possession of any device capable of signing on to the internet. If he were to live with you, would you ensure that he not get on any internet?
Yes,
And would you ensure that he not leave your residence?
he never left their residence without me or one of his brothers was with him at all times.
And if the court were to allow him out on bond and for some reason he get on the internet, or if he were to leave without permission, would you notify the probation?
I will.
And do you realize that the court has the authority, if it finds that a violation of his bond conditions has occurred, this court can take proceedings and take your property? Are you aware of that?
Right, yes,
And you're still willing to post that property?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would pass the witness.
Mr. Leverage, would you like to inquire?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Thrasher, can you hear me okay?
Yes,
The property that you would propose to post, does it have liens or encumbrances against it?
no,
Is there a mortgage on it?
no,
Is the value of that property $500,000 or more?
probably more, a little, somewhere around there.
Mr. Thrasher, my biggest question is right now at your home, is there internet access? Do you have a computer?
Yes,
Does that computer have access to the internet?
yes,
Do you have a cell phone?
yes, sir.
Is it a smartphone, Mr. Thrasher?
No,
Is it like a flip phone?
no, it's a little better than that, but it's not a big one.
Does your phone have access to the internet?
No,
I guess practically, Mr. Thrasher, Mr. Ousley asked you about, you said that you would ensure that your son did not have access to the internet. How are you going to do that?
well, I'll tell him to stay off of it.
What if he doesn't?
He'll listen. When I tell him, he'll do it. I guarantee you he won't be on it.
Are you really willing to call the law to have him put in jail if he
Yes.
if he violates? Okay, Mr. Thrasher. Judge, that's all the questions I've got. Thank you, Mr. Thrasher.
Thanks.
Mr. Ousley, you have any other,
No, Your Honor, thank you.
okay, do you have any witnesses you want to bring for the Commonwealth?
No, Judge, I was looking for the pretrial services report and I don't see it. I don't know if pretrial's on. Looks like Janessa is on. I don't know what his risk level is.
Janessa, do you have the report in front of you? Could you enlighten us a little bit about your findings?
I do. He is a low risk. He had previously been out on bond with us and called us monthly like he was supposed to. He is low because he has no prior misdemeanors, no prior felonies, no whatsoever.
What was his recidivism or danger scale on the rating?
He's a low 1, low 3.
It was a what?
He's a low 1, low 3.
And what is the 3?
It is a
Risk-
3.
Is that risk to reoffend?
Yes. due to the pending indictment that he already had that he was out on.
Well, I really don't know anything about this case, gentlemen. I know that the first charge was serious in and of itself, sexual abuse and rape in the first degree. And he was out on bond on that. Is that correct? And then
Yes.
this
Yes, sir, that's
additional
correct.
arrest happened.
Yes.
Was there any evidence, whether or not it ends up being admissible or whatever, was there any evidence that any of this activity concerning the possession of pornographic material was activated or was used during the time when he was out on bond?
No, sir. As far as I know, I don't think we could say that.
Okay. So this was just an old computer drive or something?
3 or 4 old computers. Yes, sir.
Okay, have you talked to any of the victim's parents or anything in the first case?
In the first case, yes. Yes, Judge, we have.
Okay, and would they be acceptable to a $500,000 property? I mean, a $250,000 property bond with $500,000 with restrictions?
They have expressed to me that they oppose any modification that would allow him to be out of custody.
Well, I'm gonna take this under advisement right now. It would appear to me that the nature of the crimes, and I'm gonna wait till after y'all have a opportunity, Mr. Ousley, to look at the discovery, you know, to see how recent the activity was, whether or not there had been any trading or use of the activity. You follow what I'm saying? And I don't
Yes,
think
Your
it's
Honor.
fair. I don't think it's fair to you to have to argue that point. I could be convinced that if there was evidence that there hadn't been any access, but this was just old stuff that was inadvertently, I mean, it's a pretty horrible thing to have these sort of things even in your possession. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to review the discovery before I make a final decision on this, and you might make some argument on that then, but right now I'm not going to reduce the bond, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. thank
Judge,
you.
Judge, I'm not entirely aware of the procedures that you prefer to follow. I know in our jurisdiction, we do not file the discovery. Do you want me to file the written materials in this
No.
case so that you can review
No.
them? Okay.
It's not necessary. I'm not in a habit of looking at the discovery until someone brings an issue up about it, because I quite frankly feel like that the court might be prejudiced by some discovery that's not ultimately admissible.
Very good.
Everybody has a different attitude about that, but I don't really need to know anything about these cases if I'm going to be a detached and neutral person to protect the citizens and the defendant's rights. So you don't need to file anything, especially this kind of stuff, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Now, is there anything else concerning these two cases?
No, sir.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Who's the other person we got in Russell County? Is it one? Okay. While we got Russell County on the line, let's just go down through there. Barbara Johnson. Cromwell versus Barbara Johnson.
Your Honor, you through with Mr. Thrasher?
Yes, I'm finished, Mr. Thrasher, yes. And we'll go down through the ones that you've got there now. I guess we've got some female prisoners there.
Got Miss Barbara Johnson, Rebecca Majors, and Jennifer Stockton.
We're ready for all three of them then, okay?
Your Honor,
Yes, young lady, could you identify yourself?
Barbara Johnson.
Okay, Commonwealth Kentucky versus Barbara Johnson, 21 CR 00113. Were you born in 1990, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1990?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what are the last four digits of your social security number?
7842.
Okay, we're here for a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, my understanding is the DPA is getting her conflict counsel.
that's correct, Judge. We believe we have someone in mind. He could not make this court appearance on short notice, but he should be here in February.
Okay. You have any objection to that for the Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor. They just need to
On a
notify. me.
negotiation day before February 10th?
Let's put it down in case that person's available for the January date and the February date.
January 27th, is that what it is?
Yes, 1 o'clock.
January 27th at 1 o'clock. We need to go ahead and have an entry of appearance for that council within the next week, so we'll know that the person will be there. Mr. Stockton can have discovery sent to him, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Rebecca Major is next. Rebecca Major.
Okay, just.
Commonwealth versus Rebecca Major, 21 CR 0066. Are you Rebecca Major?
Yes.
Okay, you born in 1994? What are the last four digits of social security number?
1335.
Okay, we're here today on the motion hour for pretrial, is that right?
Yes, it's a motion to revoke pretrial diversion, Your Honor.
Okay, would you like to, are y'all gonna stipulate?
Your Honor, we'd like to have a hearing.
Okay, Leslie County, we'll get to you next. Will you turn your camera off until we do?
Yes, sir, Your
Thank you
Honor.
very much. Thank you very much.
I'd call Mr. Gregory Cooper, Your Honor.
Okay, would you raise your right hand, Mr. Cooper? Testify that you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Identify yourself and with whom you're employed.
My name is Officer Gregory Cooper. I'm employed with the Division of Probation and Parole as an officer for Rebecca Major in the County of Russell.
Okay, you may proceed, Mr. Stockton.
Mr. Cooper, approximately when did you begin supervising Miss Major?
Her case was transferred to me on or about the 1st of November.
Okay. And what was her status when you started supervising? Was she supposed to be in any type of treatment?
Yes, she was supposed to be in SAP IOP. However, she failed to attend her intake appointment according to a email forwarded to me or noticed to me by Elizabeth Littlejohn, who is the coordinator with SAP IOP.
Okay. Did she ever report to you after she was transferred to your caseload?
She reported for her intake. I aforementioned that she began being supervised by me on or about November 1st. I misspoke. It was actually October 27th, which was the first day that she came to me.
Okay.
And she reported her address as 404 Apple Lane.
Okay. Now, and did you ever meet with her then on a regular report day?
On that 27th, that was it.
Okay. And did you ever meet with her? Did she ever report after that?
She did not.
Okay. Did you attempt to locate her?
Yes, I exhausted all means to attempt to locate her. We even attempted to do a home visit at her last reported address where her home placement had advised that she was no longer living there.
Okay. And did you ultimately get an arrest warrant because of her failure to allow you to supervise?
Yes, Counselor.
No other questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Shevit, would you like to inquire?
Your Honor, I don't have any cross for Mr. Cooper.
Okay.
We have no other witnesses.
Okay, would you like to be heard, Mr. Stockton?
Yes, I just say based on her failure to be supervised, she was only, she entered her diversion, Your Honor, on October the 14th, 2021. And she looks like she made one appointment with Mr. Cooper and then she just disappeared. So I'd ask that her diversion be revoked.
Okay, Mr. Sheffield.
Your Honor, I don't dispute Mr. Cooper's and the Commonwealth's factual allegations. Ms. Major does have a substance abuse problem that she wants to address. Her family wants her to address it. She's lucky to have a mother who's very supportive of her, who has been in contact with me and is very concerned about her. I would ask the court to consider a sanction of some jail time. I think she's already done 30 days, and then allow her to be considered for long-term treatment or drug court.
What do you say, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, I always try to let people have treatment, but when they abscond from probation and won't cooperate, I'd ask that she be revoked. She's still going to be final sentenced. She's going to have opportunity for probation. She's going to have opportunity for shots.
I'm going to revoke the pretrial diversion, have a pre-sentence investigation done by probation and parole, set it for February 10th. This is an expungible sort of thing, even if she goes through the probationary period. But I think that her complete failure to cooperate does not deserve an additional break at this point. I'll take a look at on February the 10th, okay? Okay, the next thing is Jennifer Stockton. Is that the last one we have over there? Jennifer Stockton. Commonwealth versus Jennifer Stockton, 21 CR 00044. You Jennifer Stockton?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's the Commonwealth have?
We've not reached an agreement, Your Honor. Ms. Stockton's been in jail for quite some time. We need to get a trial date on her case.
You need what?
A trial date.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, we need a trial date.
Somebody's got an open mic on or something. Is the Keith case going to take place here on the February 6th and 7th? I mean, 7th and 8th, excuse me. Mr. Stockton? Mr. Stockton?
Sorry, Your Honor, I was having to talk to the sheriff a second. What date did you say?
7th and 8th of February is the Keith trial going to take place?
It's on. I don't know. We can put this one on and give it priority if you want to.
Well, what do you think the probability is?
Well, I've not had time. I was going to next week start diving deep into the Keith case. I know there may be some issues with it. I wouldn't want to say anything else openly.
Okay, well, how about let's set this trial for the 7th and 8th.
Okay.
That's about 3 weeks out or something like that. It doesn't look like if she's gonna make a bond, she would have made a bond. That way we'll
And can we
see.
give this case priority because she has been in jail and Mr. Keys out on
I'll be
bond?
glad to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Does that conclude what we have at Russell County? Well, thank you very much. And we'll go to Leslie County now. I've been very patient.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
In Leslie County, we have Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Bobby Ray Phillips. Are you Bobby Ray Phillips?
He's here, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Sheffield, are you back on? Mr. Sheffield. Mr. Sheffield, will you turn your camera on? Okay, this is Mr. Bobby Ray Phillips in 21 CR 00110. What does the Commonwealth have to say about this case?
Your Honor, we furnished discovery to Mr. Sheffield, but we've not really had any meaningful discussions about the case. Mr. Phillips is currently serving a 12-year sentence, and this is a Class B felony. So if Mr. Sheffield needs some additional time, I'm not objecting to that.
Your Honor, I would ask for some more time. I need to set something up. I have met with Bobby early on when he was still at Clinton County.
March the 3rd, be okay?
That'd be fine. Thank you, Judge.
And we'll have the next pretrial, and I'll let you and Mr. Stockton set up a negotiation day that's convenient to both of you since it's on March the 3rd, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, we have nothing else in Leslie County. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Y'all have a great day. I'm going to go to Taylor County now. Taylor County.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor.
Morning. Commonwealth versus Jesse Brown, 21 CR 0005. Are you Jesse Brown?
Yes, I am.
Born in 1989?
Yes,
Last four digits of your social security number are 8111. Is that correct?
yes.
Mr. Stockton, what do you have in this case?
Your Honor, I believe the Commonwealth is ready for trial in this. I know it was continued. It was set the 1st of January. So Mr. Sheffield would have opportunity to get expert witnesses. I will be ready whenever he's ready to try the case.
Your Honor, we have obtained experts. There is still a mental health aspect and expert that we need to seek, as well as some technical, possibly some technical issues. We want to inquire if there are black boxes that would give guidance for each vehicle involved in the crash, as far as what happened in the seconds leading up to the crash. Those may or may not exist.
What do you want to do time-wise? What do you want to do time-wise?
Well, Your Honor, if we set a trial today, I'd ask for it to be.
I'm not ready to set a trial yet.
Okay, well, if we can set it on that same.
When will you have sufficient time to look at this? I mean, your client's sitting in jail here.
Right. I'd ask the court to set it on that same March day as Mr. Phillips's case.
March the 3rd. Okay, March the 3rd. Thank you very much. Pulaski County.
Jesse, I'll be down to see you.
Taylor County, thank you very much for your cooperation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Pulaski County, are you on? I see Pulaski County on.
Just do the arraignment. We'll get to that.
Eastern Kentucky Correctional Complex, are you on?
Yeah, I'm here. The video.
Okay. If you turn your camera on, be good.
Give me just a second.
They'll let you.
That's Mr. Guthrie instead of Mr. Smith.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Richard Lee Guthrie, 21 CR 0031. Are you Richard Lee Guthrie, sir?
Yes.
Were you born in 1971?
Yes.
Last four digits of social security number 6136, is that correct?
Yes.
We're here for a pretrial conference. Your attorney, Mr. Whittenberg, is there. You see Mr. Whittenberg?
I don't see him on here.
Hey, wave, Mr. Whittenberg.
Yeah, I see him now.
Okay. What does the Commonwealth have in this case?
Your Honor, we've made an offer. I don't know if Mr. Whittenberg talked to his client or not. I've not received a response.
Your Honor, we've not had a chance to get.
You can pull your mask off back there, Mr. Whittenberg. We're online.
Judge, we've not had an opportunity to discuss this in very much detail. We've sent a packet up to Mr. Guthrie. He's recently changed facilities, but we've sent a packet up there, but we probably need some time to discuss it. I had discussed some things with him once before, and I think maybe we need to set it for a pre-trial.
Okay, I'm going to set it next pre-trial for February 10th. You need to go visit him personally. Are you going to be able to do that?
Could we set it out a little bit later than that? I've got a couple of trials possibly in Wayne County if they go.
Well, I mean, I guess we could, but he's sitting in jail for how long? Is he a state inmate for how long?
Your Honor, I think he doesn't come up again for a possible parole. I think maybe in this November, December. Is that correct, Mr. Guthrie?
Yes.
Okay, well, let's set it for March the 3rd then, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, set the next pretrial for March the 3rd, and I'll let you contact this gentleman directly, and then you can get back for negotiation time with the Commonwealth. I won't set a negotiation day because of the fluidity of the situation, okay? Thank you very much, and thank you, EK Correctional Complex. You're excused. Okay. Pulaski County, are you on there yet? We call Pulaski. Okay. Wayne County? Wayne County?
We're on here, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Brandy Beatty.
Brandy Beatty.
Commonwealth versus Brandy Beatty, 21 CR 0018. Are you Brandy Brady?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1985?
Yes, sir.
What are the last four digits of your social security number?
9531.
Okay, you need to speak up a little bit. Mr. Stockton, we're here on a probation revocation hearing. Would you present?
Yes, Your Honor. Miss Beatty has a 3-year sentence on possession of a controlled substance. She appeared for drug testing on December 28th. She had opiates, methamphetamines, benzodiazepines, and marijuana in her system. She was seen by the SSC and that she wasn't very cooperative. The SSC wanted her to do long-term treatment. If she still wants to do that and the court's agreeable, I'll go along with it. If not, I'll proceed with revocation.
Mr. Sheffitt?
Miss Beatty would like the opportunity to do rehab, Your Honor.
Okay, well, y'all find it have to be at least 6 months.
Yes, Your Honor, and we'll get it lined up through probation and parole, and she'd remain in custody.
Okay, well, we'll line up, we'll continue the times that she served now as a sanction until you can get her into long-term treatment. And Ms. Beatty, you need to assume an attitude of cooperation and trying to turn things around for yourself. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Joseph William Payton. Joseph William Payton. Are you Joseph William Payton?
Yes.
This is 21 CR 00102. We're here today for a sentencing. You're represented by Mr. Shuffett. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yeah, I have.
Is it significantly correct?
Only one thing on it, they got me down as Joseph E. Payton. That was my dad. That's not me. I'm Joseph William.
Say that again.
They got my name on there as Joseph E. Payton. That was my dad. That's not me. I'm Joseph W.
You're Joseph William.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll make sure that,
Ask Mr. Payton his date of birth, please.
what is your date of birth, sir?
4/15/76.
Oh, okay, we've got that corrected. Upon a plea of guilty to trafficking and controlled substance heroin, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years. Upon a plea of guilty of trafficking and controlled substance first degree meth, he shall receive a term of 10 years. The 5 and 10 years, however, shall run concurrently for a total of 10. He shall receive time, credit for time served. What's the court cost? Court cost is $155, and I'll allow you to pay that at $30 a month, starting 30 days after your release. All the drug paraphernalia, drugs, et cetera, will be destroyed. What kind of personal property is to be released?
In the evidence, them pill bottles they took, one of them had ashes of a loved one. And then whatever was in the evidence, it wasn't evidence. Whatever they took out of my vehicle, like my wallet, my ID, stuff like that.
Okay, well, y'all make arrangements to give
I
that.
thought we entered an order to return some of that property.
I think we did, and it may have, there's a co-defendant that was sentenced last month. And I'm thinking there was an order entered in her case.
Mr. Shuffett, you just kind of monitor that, okay?
There'll be no objection from the Commonwealth.
Okay, there'll be no objection. Pulaski County, can you turn your camera off till we get to you? We'll get to you in just a second, okay? Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Payton. Ricky Phillips.
Judge, we don't have Ricky Phillips.
He should
Okay,
be
he
on the
is
live,
up-
doc.
He's here right now. He just showed up here. I'll be
Okay.
right back to you. Ricky. Commonwealth versus Ricky Phillips, 20 CR 0019. Mr. Phillips, were you born in 1985?
Yes.
Last 4 digits, social security number 3824.
Yes.
Okay, what do we have here, Mr. Stockton?
I'd ask that his case be continued in March. There's another case I want to resolve before we resolve his case.
Till March 3rd?
Yes.
Okay, your case is continued to March 3rd. Okay. Taylor Phillips, do you have Taylor Phillips up there in Wayne County?
Yes, we got her, Judge.
Okay. Commonwealth versus Taylor Phillips, 21 CR 0042. Are you Taylor Phillips?
Yes,
What year were you born?
97,
What are the last 4 digits of your social security number?
5260.
Okay, what do we have on this? Mr. Shuffett, you want to turn your camera on?
Your Honor, we have a pretrial diversion for the court to consider. Taylor, did you get to review that and sign that paperwork? No? Okay, I sent it yesterday. Gary, I sent it to Wayne County, the same one I sent the PSIs to.
Okay, let me check in and see if it come to that.
Okay.
Okay, well, hopefully you can review that, Ms. Phillips, and we'll come back to you, okay?
Okay.
Angie, also known as Angela R. Rains. Are you Miss Rains?
Yes, sir.
This is 20 CR 0086. What was your year of birth?
1980,
What are the last 4 digits of your social security number?
4728.
You also have 20 CR 0058. You have 86 and 58. You are, Mr. Shuffett, you represent this lady.
Yes, Your Honor.
One of them is a probation revocation. Both of them seem to be probation revocations.
That's
What do
right.
you have, Mr. Stockton?
There are motions to revoke shock probation, Your Honor.
You want
And
me to-
she has an 8-year sentence. I'd call Mr. Payne, Your Honor.
You raise your right hand, officer. Swear testimony about to give us the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do, sir.
You can take your mask off back there. Would you state your name and with whom you're employed in what capacity?
Person Payne, probation and parole officer for Clinton County, Kentucky Department of Corrections, Division of Probation and Parole.
Proceed, Mr. Stockton.
Mr. Payne, did you start supervising Ms. Rain and Ms. Riddle on October 15th of 2021?
We can't
I did, sir.
understand you, Mr. Stockton. We
Okay, I'll
can't hear
step
you.
back here if that's all right. Can you hear me now, Your Honor?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Mr. Payne, did you begin supervising Ms. Raines after she was granted shock probation on October 15th, 2021?
I did, sir.
And when was the first time you met with her?
I met with her. It was a couple of days after she was released. I met with her. She was released on the 15th. I don't have the exact date in front of me, but it was the following week.
Okay. And later, was she subsequently drug tested?
Yes, she was on December the 8th. I called her in for a random drug test, and she was on-site positive for methamphetamine. She denied use. It was sent to the lab for testing. On December the 13th, I received it before court that day, and she was confirmed positive for methamphetamine while on ankle monitor on shock probation.
Okay. I was getting ready to ask you, was she on a curfew to stay at her mother's residence and on an ankle
Mr.
monitor?
Stockton, we cannot hear you in here.
Okay, I'm sorry. Was she on a curfew to stay at her mother's residence?
Yes, she was on an ankle. When she was granted shock, one of the conditions was be placed on an ankle monitor, and it was set for review on December the 13th. I drug tested her on December the 8th, and she was positive for meth.
And you were going to recommend that the ankle monitor be removed if she hadn't had any sanctions?
If she had been clean, I was going to request remove the ankle monitor on the 13th, but she is still using it.
Okay. I have no other questions, John.
Mr. Shuffett, would you like to inquire?
Officer Payne, so she came on the caseload October 15th or shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you met with her toward the end or third, fourth week of October.
It was the week after she was released. I think she was released on a Thursday or Friday, and I met with her the next week.
Did you meet with her in November?
Yes, I did meet with her in November.
And that was nothing to
Just a
report?
routine report day.
Okay. And then on December 8th, was that also a routine report date?
It was not. That was just a random. I called her in, and that's when she was on site positive.
Okay. Okay. No further questions.
Mr.
I have no
Stockton,
redirect, Your Honor.
do you have any additional witnesses? that you'd
No,
like to
Your
call?
Honor. I have no other witnesses.
Mr. Shuffett, would you like to call any witnesses?
I know Miss Raines really wants to make a statement for the court. Or at least when we spoke yesterday, she did. Angela, is that still the case?
Yes.
Okay.
You raise your right hand, ma'am. Swear the testimony about to give us the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
We proceed.
Your Honor, I'm asking you all for help. I don't believe incarceration is going to help me with my drug addiction. I haven't.
Your Honor, I don't think we need a speech on the guilt or innocence. I think this is about the violation. I'd object if you want to hear it. That's fine.
Your Honor,
Wait
Wait
just
a
second.
minute, Angie.
Is your client going to stipulate to the violations and then wants to address what I'm going to do about it?
That would be fine.
Okay,
But I
Mr.
also would like to make a legal
stipulates,
argument.
And then, ma'am, you can address what you feel like you feel would be in your best interest. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I lost my dad back a year ago, and my mom is very sick with cancer. I haven't got the degree the way I wanted to. They just lead me back to my old habits. I was wanting to ask the courts if I could just get like a sanction and IOP classes, drug court, something. I just wanted to prove to you and the courts that I can I want a chance to not to prove to myself, but to my family and the court and everyone else that I can get my life together. I realize I do have a drug addiction now, 15 or 20 years. And I'm reaching out, asking y'all for help.
Okay, Mr. Stockton.
Your Honor, on the surface of this, it would look like that the Commonwealth is being totally unreasonable trying to revoke her shock probation on one drug test. But on the contrary, the Commonwealth for the last 15 years has given Miss Raines every opportunity to get off her drug addiction. She's been in drug court. We give her opportunities to go to rehab if she's wanted to. If the court recalls, the reason I probated her on this case was because her mother was ill and had cancer. And while she was on probation the first time, she got arrested in Cumberland County for driving without a license, I think DUI. The court revoked her. She was down here in jail. She was, or maybe as Wayne County Jail, she was claiming to have health problems. Nobody would take her because they thought she was having a heart attack. And basically, I got the medical records and reviewed them, and she was having methamphetamine withdrawals while she was in jail. She wasn't having a heart attack. This time, her mother comes to see me, and she's got throat cancer. She can't talk now. And her mother's a dear friend of mine. I think the world of her.
Your Honor.
She got to testify. Can I at least?
Well, she got to make a statement after stipulating.
Well, this is argument as to why she should be revoked.
I mean, you're not talking about Carson's testimony.
Okay, I'll withdraw that. So anyway, I agree to shock probation on the condition that she stay home and take care of her mother. Well, what's she doing? She's using meth again. And she's a danger to herself and she's a danger to the community because she won't keep from using meth. If she continues on probation, the next thing she'll be out running around using meth, committing crime. So I'd ask that she be revoked.
Your Honor, I don't think that the Commonwealth has established that she can't be supervised in the community. We have a failed drug screen here. She reported on time twice, reported for the drug screen, failed the drug screen. Yes, that's a violation, but that's not, that there has to be an alternative lesser than revocation. The Commonwealth has not demonstrated at this point that her behavior is such that she can't be supervised in the community. I think the court should look at some form of rehabilitation for her, whatever probation and parole would deem best, whether it be drug court, rehab, SAP IOP, or what have you. But I don't think the testimony from the probation officer today establishes a violation, but it does not establish that she can't be supervised in the community.
I'm curious. I don't believe the same standards apply as far as revocation on a shock probation as a regular probation. The same rebuttable presumptions and that Mr. Chevitt's referring to. If I'm wrong, I'd like to see some authority.
Well, in 20 CR 0058, there's a note on there that says there was a consolidation, I guess, of these two cases with 63. I don't know. I can't really, evidently there were more charges than these two indictments. At one time, there was a consolidation. I would consider a 6-month in-house rehabilitation on the thing, but it bothers me that when she was shock probated, the notes that our office has, and that she was shock probated to take care of her mother with cancer. And she continued even after that to use illegal drugs while she was out under a humanitarian mercy by the court to do that. And she tries to use the same thing here today. It bothers me where people want to continue illegal activity and predicate it and appeal to the court's humanitarian tendency as far as elderly parents or sick parents. That offends me. Mr. Stockton, is there any kind of secure 6-month rehab that you think would be appropriate for?
There's rehabs, but there's no secure rehabs.
Yeah.
That's the problem. She could do the SAP program while she's in custody. And what really bothers me too is after she used, she denied, and Mr. Payne had to send the test off to get a test result and come back positive.
Well, I'm going to let y'all find a residential long-term rehab to see if you can agree on one. I'll take it under advisement as far as your revocation, and I'll sign an agreed order if y'all can find one, with a stipulation that if she leaves there or doesn't successfully complete that she will be revoked. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Brad,
Yeah,
I got your email, but there wasn't no attachment in it.
I just resent it with the attachment. It's my fault, apparently.
Okay, I'll go print it off now.
Chris Sanders. Chris Sanders. Commonwealth versus Chris Sanders, 21 CR 00106. Are you Chris Sanders?
Yes, sir.
We're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You understand that? You're represented by, you have an attorney?
He was represented by us in district court, Judge.
Okay. I'll continue that representation. I don't see copy of the indictment. Okay. Mr. Shepard, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, Mr. Sanders?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to lay the indictments out on your desk here, so you acknowledge or see the indictment, identity of your client, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll set this case out for February the 10th with a negotiation date of January 27th at 1 p.m. What's the bond that this gentleman is under?
He has a surety bond.
Do what?
He has a surety bond.
Okay. How much? There you go. I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order. What is his bond?
He has a surety bond. It's a $25,000 surety bond.
Okay. Mr. Shepard, have you talked? That seems like a reasonable bond.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moved to increase the bond to a secured bond because allegedly he had 41 grams of meth, which has been confirmed by a lab report, and he was passed out in a vehicle on the roadway. And I think he needs a secured bond with those set of facts. And I know the court wasn't aware of those when the bond was set.
What do you have to say, Mr. Shepard?
Well, Judge, I would object to raising the bond without there being anything that's happened in the meantime. I would ask the court to consider changing it from a $25,000 surety bond, which if it's clerk approved is not easy for some folks to meet. I would ask the court to consider a non-financial bond for Mr. Sanders.
My understanding is too, Your Honor, he has other cases pending. If pretrial could let us know, I think he has other cases pending also.
He has a case in Cumberland County that's been waived to the grand jury. It's another trafficking. He has a indictment in Wayne County for DUI and possession. and he has a child support pay or stay.
Well, considering the quantity and the danger to the public of that kind of quantity of methamphetamine, I'm going to increase the bond to $50,000 cash. Okay. Okay, you have those negotiation days. Jonathan Ray. Jonathan Ray.
Yes.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Jonathan Ray, 21 CR 0083 and 21 CR 00105. Are you Jonathan Ray?
Yes, sir.
Here today for the purpose of sentencing. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is it substantially correct?
Yes.
On a plea of guilty, to 21 CR 00105, the charge of tampering with prisoner monitored by the defendant shall receive 5 years. Upon a plea of guilty to in 21 CR 0083, charge of operating motor vehicle while license suspended or revoked, and driving under the influence, the defendant shall receive 2 years. On a plea of guilty to 21 CR 0083, possession of controlled substance, 1 year. On a plea on 21 CR 0083, failure to maintain insurance, $500 fine. On a plea of guilty, 21 CR 0083, operating the vehicle under the concentration .0 under the influence of alcohol or other substances, you'll receive 5 years. The indictments under 21 CR 0083, the 2, 1, and 5 year sentence shall run consecutively, a total of 8 years. The 5 and 8 year sentences in 21 CR 0083 and 21 CR 00150 shall run concurrently for 8 years. Serve 180 days with the balance probated for 5 years. The defendant shall enter and complete the Clinton County Specialty / Drug Program and will remain incarcerated until the morning of the orientation. And what are the total court costs and fines on this?
Everything is $1,260.
$1,260. You need some time to pay that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll let you pay that at $70 a month, starting 30 days after you get out of jail. Has he been oriented for the specialty court yet?
He has, Your Honor, and Mr. Cross should be starting this week, I think Friday.
He has not been oriented. Orientation is scheduled for Friday morning.
Orientation is scheduled for Friday morning, they tell me. And a release order has been entered for him to report after orientation. Okay? You know, he'll need to meet with, I guess you'll have to get some information on him, correct?
Got everything, he'll be drug court tomorrow morning when he's released.
Drug court is tomorrow morning. What time does drug court start?
It should be on the release today.
10 a.m. I think. I mean, it's on the release order.
Okay. Well, we'll let you have enough time for you to go clean up before you go to that, okay? I mean, thank you very much.
All right. So what time will I be released from here so I can tell my family?
They should have a release order.
Well, we have probably a copy of it here somewhere. In jail, you have a release order effective for him in the morning?
Yeah, but now I've not got no time, but I called down to clerk's office and they said 10 o'clock. But now
Look at the release order again.
His court is at 10:15.
I'm in Wayne County too.
I think what Eric Cross asked me to do.
I know, but I'm not doubting you did that. I just don't, you know.
I mean, it's in the file. The defendant shall be released on Friday, January 14, 2022 at 10 a.m.
Released at 10 a.m.
Is that Wayne County time or?
That's the only county, it's Wayne County time.
No.
Okay, so it'll be 9 o'clock for your time. I'll give you enough time in.
That's what the order says. The order specifically says Central Standard Time.
Okay, all right.
It's on the order.
Says Central Standard Time, so that'd be 11 o'clock your time. Okay.
Yeah, but I won't give him
They won't
enough
give-
time to get to court down there.
On my release, it says 10:15.
We're just doing what the drug court wanted. I don't care. You can release him an hour early if you want to. It doesn't matter with me as long as he's coming down here, but you need to come down here clean and you don't need to stop anywhere. You understand what I mean?
Yeah. So I need to come to the courthouse center or to the community center?
Community center.
Community center to Berries?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have anything else on their docket?
I faxed the PSI back over to the clerk's office, Brad.
The plea paperwork on
Yeah,
Taylor.
I faxed it over to the clerk's office.
Okay.
Are we gonna have to come back to Taylor Phillips?
They faxed the paperwork back. I don't know if we have it.
Okay, well, once, Mr. Shuffett, I guess you'll have to have some kind of communication with Taylor Phillips before we can do that. Okay, we have Pulaski County. Pulaski County. Okay, Wayne County, will you shut your camera off just for a second while we deal with Pulaski County? Thank you. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Richard L. Smith, 18 CR 0061 and 18 CR 00144. Are you Richard Lee Smith,
Yes, sir.
born in 1971?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security are 2922.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here on a pretrial conference on 63 and an arraignment on 144. You have a right to remain silent, sir. The grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you with burglary in the second degree, theft by lawful taking or disposition, being a persistent felony offender, okay. Mr. Shepard, you acknowledge the identity of your client. I'm sending the indictments back to you. Receive the indictments. Enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sign a reciprocal discovery order. It appears there's a $10,000 cash or property bond on there. Okay. 27th at 1 p.m. for negotiation, and February 10th for the next court date. Okay, thank you very much. And I guess that's all we have there at Pulaski County. So thank you for your
Mr. Smith, I'll be in
cooperation.
contact.
Thank you. Okay, now, Mr. Stockton? Let's do a cleanup through all these things and see what we got ready now. What? I'm gonna go down to the grand jury, but let's flop through here one time. Commonwealth versus Taylor Phillips is in Wayne County. Commonwealth versus Patricia Diane Smith.
Live docket.
She's here. Has she done her plea yet? We'll come back to her. And then we've got the Clinton County dockets due. And I'm going to excuse myself now and go down to the grand jury just for a second.
Justin Gibson, who's not in the docket for an arraignment, is also present. He's the one that's-
Even before the
Okay,
lights.
we'll come right back up after I go down and meet with you. Let's go off the record. Yeah. Order out of chaos.
What did you get on that?
We took him off and moved him to a pretrial for next month, but there should be. We did it yesterday.
Oh, well, Jesse Phillips, we're getting ready to, what Gary posted.
He's had a duck in there. It's been cleaned.
We're not done. Okay. Okay, good. Patricia, so what I've done is I took your page and I deleted all this stuff I didn't need. Not crap.
Well, no, I know.
And just, yeah. Do you care if Randy or Randy Beatty will put a pin on him? I'm also gonna put a pin on Tim Staff, pin and treatment. What, I'm not done staff yet, but I will. And Angela Reynolds. He's finding the bed baby. I'm done. Did you see the letter she sent? I sent it to you in email. The family sent me a big text.
They called me, email me.
Again?
No, this time, but yeah, the first time.
And didn't spend or didn't spend time there. Use your time on this one. Let's just see what. And then we'll. Because I feel like they're gonna be okay with it. Sure, I'm sure, well, that's why I'm doing it, whether, because we can always very hard to still be. No, and my schedule is just crazy. China, there as soon as we get done. So, that's the worst case scenario. So,
Just got word, my son's basketball team is.
Parker went to try it in Russell Springs on Sunday for the team that made it, and Monday get a call that one of the coaches tested positive for COVID. You just need to get it.
We're just looking back. You know, I saw that. The treatment center sent me a text on my state phone. That, hey, I'm not actually the that'll be something she needs to talk to her attorney about, with our education, who's giving all this stuff. And they went on like, and then I said, since all the resident and how. So now, we're all going on that.
Was that a real recovery? I mean.
I'm thinking it was something there for the way they. You know what I mean?
Okay, Yeah, her family's active.
We've also got Angelica on there.
I saw, she's on there.
And she may be on actually the Clinton County Jail docket, but she's on there
Okay.
independently.
Yeah, I had her in jail.
Yeah.
No, she's on Zoom.
My phone. I laid my phone down there. I think I laid my phone down there on that podium.
I'll go get it.
Okay, thank you.
That was the fact. That just coming on the fax. They said bring it to you.
This is the paperwork.
They say one of the judges, are we on? Are we broadcasting today? I don't know. I guess we can go to the Clinton County Jail. Let's come to order. Clinton County Jail. Now, do we have any of these other jails that are still on the line that we can fit? Let's go back to Wayne County so we can give them some relief. Go back to Wayne County. Wayne County, Commonwealth versus Taylor Phillips. Wayne County, are you still with us? Evidently, we lost one here.
No, but I've got a hot secretary.
Wayne County,
No, I've got a secretary. I'll go there. Right there.
I wonder why this on YouTube.
Oh, you're right. Okay, I'll be up there. Thanks.
Hey, you let them know that we're ready for them.
I don't guess, there's Wayne County. Would you turn your camera on, please? Oh, I didn't see him. Wayne County, will you turn your camera on? Thank you very much. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus he handed me this Jesse Phillips. I thought, who has to do? Yeah, but I had one I had left open. Okay. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Taylor J. Phillips, 21 CR 0042. Do we have a plea here, Mr. Sheffitt?
Yes, we have a pretrial diversion for the court to consider.
A motion has been made to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct? You're gonna have to say something.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No,
Could you get a little closer to the screen there? Okay, thank you. Is this plea freely and voluntarily entered?
yes,
Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 0042?
yes.
State your full name.
Taylor Joanne Phillips.
Okay, and are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 0042?
Yes,
Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, and are you fully informed?
yes,
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. Before I can accept a plea of guilty, I need to know that you understand your rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, a right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charges against you. You understand that by entering a plea of guilty, you give up all these rights. I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided below. I do not have to accept the recommendation. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation and decide to do something harsher to you, you have the right to withdraw your plea. Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
no,
Have you had a pretrial diversion in the last 5 years?
I think yes, I don't know. This is my first time in trouble, man, I don't know. Yes, I've been arraigned, I think. I don't know all this stuff.
Judge, she's never had a felony conviction.
Has she had a pretrial diversion is the
No.
question.
I don't know that she knows, you know.
Well, I surely don't know.
Well, I don't know that I having represented her for some time now, I'm familiar with her history.
Well, I'm not going to take a plea if she can't tell me whether she's been pretrial diverted or had a felony plea. I'm not going to do it. So,
All right.
okay, we'll see you next month.
That's all we have here, Judge.
Thank you very much. Okay, now where are we? Okay, we have Justin E. Gibson.
Yes, sir.
The one we're doing is in rehab. He's on the line. We went through all that this morning. He was here and I was looking over there at your associate who was standing up for the other one. So We got it clear now. This is Justin E. Gibson, born in 1995, 07/31. This is case 21 CR 0029. It's a pretrial conference. What do you have to say? You representing him?
Your Honor, I think Mr. Stockton was brief, yes, Stockton briefly said he wanted to see what an Adair County case did before he built the petition. So I would suggest we leave.
Well, what do you want to do, Mr. Stockton?
I'm willing to pass this while he's in rehab and see the outcome of the Adair County case, Your Honor. It's a more
Okay,
serious
now,
case than I've got.
You want to set it out to March the 3rd?
That'd be fine.
April the 14th. April the
That's awful.
14th.
That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Got some in-person. Got any in-persons? Okay, let's do the in-person first. Russell County's still on the line. Commonwealth versus Justin Gibson. This other Justin Gibson. '21 CR 00107. Are you Justin Gibson? What's your middle name? Okay, you can put it back up.
I had to go back.
You born in 1989? Last four digits of social security number are 6589. So you're here for the purpose of arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you with reckless driving, driving on suspended operator's license, operating a motor vehicle with alcohol concentration of 0.08 or while under the influence of alcohol or other substance. Failure to maintain insurance on a motor vehicle is required by law. Possession of marijuana. Possession of controlled substance, methamphetamine. Possession of drug paraphernalia. You understand those charges? You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll be here for negotiations on the 27th of January at 1 o'clock and back in front of the court on February the 10th. Okay?
Your Honor, you have the leg monitor and has had that on for some time now. I understand the flight guards behavior. Been started with this indictment.
What does the Commonwealth have to say about keeping him under a curfew but taking him off the leg monitor?
Yeah, I guess he's on the ankle monitor. We have a thing in NCI, so I guess to be absurd. Is he living in Kentucky? Where's he living? He's living on Cedar Hill Road. And there's no plans to go anywhere else. No, anywhere else. I'll agree.
Okay, well, you're under a curfew at that address. Make sure you get pretrial. When have you talked to pretrial?
I don't think the guys have been on the leg monitor. I've been on this for 2 months.
Okay, well, I'm gonna give you a number to call in. Janessa? Janessa, are you still on the line?
Yes.
Taking him off the leg monitor and I want him to call in. Could you give him a number?
606
606
348
348
4672.
4617. You call that number, make contact with her, and you're to be you give her an address and you're to be there except for work, church, doctor, that sort of thing. So hang around there. I don't want you out of gomming around, as they used to say. Okay? Okay. That'll be good. If you just call her, if you're gonna go for a job application, call her and tell her you're headed over there. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay, well, let me get this straightened out here real quick here. Now, what I've got. Jesse W. Phillips, what we do on that? And you have it ready? Jesse W. Phillips. Open the door and see if Jesse W. Phillips is here. What? Where is this? Patricia Diana Smith. Commonwealth versus Patricia Diana Smith. 20 CR 00033. Are you Patricia Diana Smith? You need a hearing. Is that better? Is that better? Can you hear better that way? Are you born in 1978? Yeah, 68. Yeah. Well, you could claim, yeah. I mean, we all like to be a decade younger. Yeah, you'll take it, right? What are the last four digits of your social security number? 8340? Okay, what do we have here?
Your Honor, we have a misdemeanor plea.
Okay, a motion has been tendered that says you want to enter a plea today. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? It's a plea freely and voluntarily given. You acknowledge you're the same person that was mentioned in indictment number 20 CR 0033. Have you had plenty of time to review the evidence in this case? Are you satisfied with the advice of your attorney? You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by a jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charges against you. Granting a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. Now, is this a felony or diversion?
It's a misdemeanor.
Misdemeanor, okay. I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation by me applying range of sentence provided by law. If I decide to give you something more harsh, you can withdraw your plea. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation? If you all move to the left there, let Mr. get right behind the podium there, Mr. Carter. What is the recommendation?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth offers on a plea of guilty to one indictment second, sentence of 12 years, 12 months, probated for 2 years unsupervised, and the defendant have no contact with the victim.
Is that what you agreed to? Get behind him. Okay, well, I'll accept the plea, and since it's a misdemeanor, I can do the sentencing today, so I'll sign a misdemeanor judgment. You'll need to meet with the probation and parole officer. Is that your signature on there? Okay, if you give it, pull out anything we need to sign. Okay, thank you very much. Probation parole officer's right over there. You have any more in-person people? Okay, are we ready to go to the Clinton County Jail? Yeah, what, you got something else now, Monroe County?
Held up another hearing with me in Monroe County Clay.
Okay, let's do it then.
Your Honor, I had James Scott.
Where is Jamie Scott? Okay, well, just remind me before we leave. Mr. Bell?
Yes, Your Honor.
You want to look at the camera?
If I can find my look.
There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, do I have this Monroe County paperwork? Here. Okay, this is Commonwealth Kentucky versus Ricky Lee Emberton, 20 CR 0087. Are you Ricky Lee Emberton?
Yes, sir.
You're gonna have to speak up. Are
Yes,
you
sir.
Ricky Lee Emberton?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what was your year of birth?
3863
Okay, and what are the last four digits of your social security number?
0973.
Okay, you're here today to enter a plea, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 20 CR 008?
Yes, sir.
Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, Mr. Bell, and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. You have a right to produce evidence, a right to call witnesses in your favor, and a right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. You have the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charges against you. That you understand about the entering guilty plea today, you give up those rights. Now, I may accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, or I may decide to give you something more harsh. If I give you something more harsh, you can withdraw your plea. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation in this case?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth offers on the plea of assault fourth degree, the defendant would receive 12 months probation for 2 years unsupervised and pay restitution to the victim of $150 plus a 5% clerk's fee. Receive credit for the time served and pay court costs of course of correction.
Now, was this the case where there was a firearm involved, but it was determined it was the victim's firearm? Is that this case?
Yes.
Okay, and the Commonwealth is convinced that Mr. Emberton did not bring the firearm, did not have it, but took it in his defense. Is that what was alleged?
Your Honor, that's what was alleged, and the victim corroborated that he's the one that had the firearm issue.
Okay, I guess it was a choice of evil situation then, kind of as defense. I'll accept this misdemeanor plea, sir. I'll go ahead and sign it. You'll need to make arrangements to call probation and parole over there in Monroe County, and you can, do you have a phone number for them over there at Monroe County Probation and Parole?
I can send it to
Mr. Bell, you know the number there, don't you?
Yes, Your Honor.
It'll be where in Dare County?
This is an unsupervised plea. Will he still have to contact probation and parole?
Yes.
Okay.
I want him to give the information, even though it's unsupervised, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll enter the judgment today. What are the court costs in this? I'm just gonna say it's $150. Probably more than that over there, but that's okay. Do you need some time to pay that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can pay it $30 a month. First payment starting 30 days from today, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
the agreement knows the 150 restitution be paid within 10 days.
$150 restitution within 10 days, but the court costs you'll be given some time on. Okay, thank you. Here's the judgment. Somebody want to take it back to Monroe?
Thank you, Judge. Y'all have a good day.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, where are we now on the criminal docket? I mean, we got people scattered everywhere. I don't know. Okay. Why is Amelia Escamilla on the? Well, you want to turn your camera on, Miss Escamilla? Okay, Mr. Stockton, what do you want to do here? About Amelia Escamilla. She's on the line here.
Her to the February motion day and have her available as soon on January the 27th at 1 o'clock.
Okay, ma'am, you need to be available on Zoom on January 27th at 1 p.m. Central Time. And then your next court date will be on February the 10th. And what you do is make sure that, I guess they know how to send you an invitation on Zoom. Do you know how to invite her on Zoom?
Yes,
We can
sir.
get her an
They-
invitation, Judge.
Okay, well, they'll send you an invitation to be available for negotiations on the 27th, and your next court date will be on the 10th. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, you got some people in the presence here, Mr. Stockton, did you want to call?
Yeah, Mr. Smith and Mr. Phillips.
Patricia. Okay, I got her folded up. Jesse Phillips. And Jamie Phillips. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Jesse W. Phillips, 31 CR 0017. Are you Jesse W. Phillips? Born in 1987, last four digits, social security number 8876. We're here for a pretrial conference. You have a felony plea or diversion. What do you have? Mr. Mayor, just hold it right there, okay? A motion, sir, has been tendered that says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 0017? Have you discussed these charges with your attorney and are you satisfied with her advice? Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Okay. You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the United States and Kentucky Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. You have a right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. By entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply in range of sentence provided by law. If I do not accept the recommendation and try to give you something more harsh, you can withdraw your plea. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation in this case? If y'all move to the left, move to your other left, okay?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth recommend on plea of guilty to possession of drug paraphernalia that the defendant received 12 months probation, 2 years, not supervised. The defendant will receive credit for time served, pay costs at your discretion, and all contraband will be destroyed.
Okay, what's the court costing?
155.
155. You move over here. Is that what you agreed to, sir? Okay. The court cost will be $150. You need some time to pay that? Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to let you have the first payment due in $30, 30 days from today, and 30 days, every 30 days after that for 5 months. So let's spread it out, okay? No, you're gonna pay $30 a month. The first payment will be due $30 from 30 days from today. And 30 days after that, another $30. 30 days after another until you pay. That's 5 months, $30 a month. You understand that? Okay, know your constitutional rights. If I explain to you, it's still your desire to enter a guilty plea today. Okay, and is that your signature on the document? Are these drug paraphernalia cases enhanceable now? They used to be, but they're not now. Okay. Okay, well, I want you to give your information to probation and parole officer, although you're not supervised. He'll need your information, okay? Okay, thank you very much. Just mention it right there. Now, I guess we have Jamie Nicole Scott here. Is that correct? Commonwealth versus Jamie Nicole Scott, 21 CR 0026. Are you Jamie Nicole Scott? You born in 1985? Last four digits of social security number 9033. Okay, we're here on 21 CR 0026. Do y'all have an agreement in this case?
Yes, sir.
Is it a felony or a pretrial diversion?
A felony.
Okay, it is a pretrial diversion. Okay. I understand, ma'am, that you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 0026? Is your judgment impaired today in any way? Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney? Are you fully informed about your case? You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights.
Your Honor, I think you have a problem with this plea. This is what happens when we're with the last minute. She's a previous convicted felon. She had felonies in Henry County in 2016. So we either have to do a felony plea or be a trial. You have to be a felony instead of a diversion. I'll do the same terms, but it has to be a felony.
You have to do new paperwork on it. Okay, we'll come back to it in a minute. Okay, now are we ready for Clinton County?
He got picked up in this report, so we got to do that.
Okay, Clinton County Jail. What do we have in Russell County? We're finished with Russell County Detention. Do y'all have anybody else you think needs to talk to us in Russell County?
I think they just forgot. to turn my computer off.
Okay, why don't you call and remind them? Commonwealth versus Billy Dean Eminette. Commonwealth versus Billy Dean Eminette. 21 CR 0085. Are you Billy Dean Eminette? You born in 1967?
Correct.
Last four digits, social security number 4269.
Correct.
Okay, we're here for a pretrial conference. You want to go back there? You want to go back and get on the monitor back there? Mr. Sheff would allow you to. Okay, Mr. Stockton, what do you want to do about this?
Well, I guess I'd initially offered 5 years for him to serve, and that was rejected, and Mr. Cross started representing him. So I'm not going any lower than that. So I guess I need to get a trial date. I've never received a counter offer or anything, so that's where we are.
Well, if you said you weren't going any lower, you.
I thought he might come back and say
wouldn't be merited,
6 or something. I didn't know.
When we discussed this last week, Jesse, you said you wanted to put it on for the 27th or for your negotiation day.
I'll do that, Your Honor. One last time.
Let's do that. And if we can't get it resolved.
Is the only charge here tampering, or was there a previous charge?
No, he has 3 different cases now. He's got 20 CR.
We have one case on the docket, but what I was inquiring of, what are the other cases that what are the charges?
He's got 20 CR 92, which is receiving stolen property, theft, unlawful taking, all felonies. He's got 20 CR 93, engaging in organized crime, possession of a forged instrument, and theft by deception. And then you've got the prisoner monitoring device on 20 CR 85.
Okay, be here on the January the 27th at 1 for negotiation, and February 10th will be the next court date. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bobby
Billy,
Joe
I'll be in touch
Eminette.
in the next couple of days, okay?
Bobby Joe Eminette. Bobby Joe Eminent. You got more than one. Commonwealth versus Bobby Joe Eminent, 19 CR 0050 and 20 CR 0092. We're on 50 for a revocation hearing and on 92 for a pretrial conference.
Your Honor, I was going to set both eminents together and elect to do the criminal syndicate case, but since we've put that one off, I guess we need to put this case off. So I can get a trial date on the same day. I would like, however, to have a revocation hearing on 19 CR 50 because Mr. Eminent's been in jail for some time down there. And he basically had that case where he was supposed to pay restitution and he absconded for about a year. So I don't know if Mr. Shepard wants to
So
stipulate.
Bobby Joe Eminent's case 29 CR 0092, you want to have a negotiation day and be back
Yes.
next month?
Yes.
Is he going to stipulate on the revocation on 19 CR 0050?
Your Honor, he would stipulate.
Okay, well, I'll revoke on 19 CR 0050. He'll appear for negotiations on the 27th at 1 p.m. Next trial date will be, the next court date will be February the 10th, okay? And the other charge. Josh Davis. Josh Davis. Commonwealth versus Josh Davis, 21 CR 0040. Are you Josh Davis?
Yes, sir.
You're here for sentencing today. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole.
Yes.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes.
Counselor, any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
Upon a defendant's plea of guilty to theft, unlawful taking over $500 in PFO, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 10 years, probated for 5 years, or until restitution is made. Probation is to be supervised. A defendant agrees to pay restitution in the amount of $21,160. Rodney Manus, Eddie Dalton through this clerk's office, subject to be paid at $150 per month. First payment to be within 30 days of final sentencing. During the first day of each month thereafter until paid in full. What's the court cost in this case?
$155.
The court cost, in addition to that, court cost is $155, and I'll allow him to pay that $30 a month in addition to his restitution payment until the $155 is paid. Okay, now,
Next Thursday.
the probation and parole officer when?
I'll send instructions if you get the job.
Hey, he's gonna send instructions to Kenny down at the jail about when you're to call and meet with your probation and parole officer. You understand that, Mr. Davis?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Commonwealth versus Sherman Ray Hensley. (21 CR 0027 and 21 CR 0038. Wait a second, we don't have Mr. Hensley on there. You'll probably need to go back to where Mr. Sheffett goes. Yeah, that's when he's in jail. Clinton County Jail, have we lost you?
We're back, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you Sherman Ray Hensley?
Yes, sir, I am.
Will you get a little closer to the camera, Mr. Hensley?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you born in 1973?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits of your social security number, 8692?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. You're here today for a pretrial conference. Y'all have an agreement in this case, counselor?
No, Your Honor, we don't at this time. Mr. Hensley is still waiting. We're waiting on an evaluation by KCPC. He was scheduled to appear for that when they get a slot, and I understand it's taking quite a while to do that. That's one reason, Your Honor, I know he had come to court and the court found him to be intoxicated and I believe ordered him found in contempt. We were going to ask the court to release him on bond. He would make any appearances in court and would appear for KCPC when.
How much
needed.
how much time did you get on the,
Your Honor, I think if he,
I just revoked his bond is what I did.
okay.
Okay.
Your Honor, we would ask to reinstate him on that original bond. He is served, I believe he went in, I know it was in August, calculating from August the 12th, that would make it 154 days that he has served
Mr.
since
Stockton,
then.
do you have any objection to changing his bond?
I don't have any objection. I do believe there needs to be some provision be made that he be drug tested. And the only way I know how to do that is if he's on home incarceration and let one of those companies drug test him. I'm just afraid Mr. Hensley may harm himself unintentionally through the use of drugs if the bond's reinstated. And if I think that would be the appropriate way to handle it.
Would he do that through the
Well, I know
ankle monitoring?
Yeah, Junior Smith in Cumberland County, he does drug tests through the home incarceration, and D-Trax here in Clinton County may. I think they do. So, and that's the only way I know to get him drug tested while he's awaiting trial in KCPC.
I don't believe that would be a problem, Your Honor.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm gonna let y'all do. I'm gonna let y'all investigate which one of these places. You want an ankle bracelet on him too, Mr. Stockton?
Yes, that's the only way I know to get him drug tested, Your Honor. So that's the reason I'm requesting.
Well, let's do an ankle bracelet and if they have patches and random drug tests on him, and y'all, he can pick which provider he wants, and y'all send me an agreed order when all that's lined up, okay?
We'll do that, Your Honor.
27th well, we don't know when he's gonna come back, so let's just go ahead and set him for March 3rd for his next court appearance, and we'll know more about it.
I'm having trouble hearing, Your Honor. Was that March 1st?
March the 3rd.
Third.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I had, if I could be excused.
If y'all wanna have a negotiation day before then, if you hear anything back from you, just go ahead and set that up yourself, okay?
We will, Your Honor. Thank you.
Timothy Harold. Commonwealth versus Timothy Harold. 21 CR 00115. Are you Timothy Harold?
Yes, sir.
Here today for a pretrial conference. You're represented by Mr. Sheffett. Mr. Sheffett, what do you have to say here? Commonwealth, what do you have to say?
Your Honor, we are waiting a lab test. The evidence is at the lab, but we've not received it yet. I would ask for one more month on the pretrial.
You're waiting on what?
The evidence that's been sent to lab, the specimen is alleged to be
We're
heroin.
gonna come back on February the 10th.
Yes.
Okay, next court appearance on February the 10th.
That's it.
Ricky Dwayne Jones. Ricky Dwayne Jones. Are you Ricky Dwayne Jones? Are you Ricky Dwayne Jones? We're here today on a pretrial conference in 21 CR 0032. You also have 21 CR 00108. What does
Yes,
the
sir.
Commonwealth have to say in this case?
21 CR 00108. 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 21
We have prepared plea papers. I don't know if it's acceptable or not.
Your Honor, the papers have been signed. Mr. Jones has accepted the offer.
You need to speak up a little bit.
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize. Mr. Jones has accepted the offer and I do have the paperwork signed.
Okay. Is it a felony plea?
Yes, Your Honor, it's a diversion.
So it's a diversion.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Jones, I understand that papers have been filed to allow you to enter plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment 21 CR 0032 and 21 CR 00108?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today?
No, sir.
You had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, sir. You
have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury, to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, to produce evidence, to call witnesses in your favor, to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charges against you. You understand that by entering a plea of guilty, you give up all those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. If, however, I do not accept the recommendation and decide to give you a harsher sentence, you have a right to withdraw your plea. Now, have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No, sir, not on felony probation.
Have you had any felonies in the past 10 years?
I served out in 2015, so I've not had no new felonies.
Mr. Stockton?
I think we're gonna have to do a felony plea.
Yeah.
We can change it, email it to the jail or send it down there.
Okay, we'll have to pass over this and get back with him. You can't do a diversion, Mr. Jones, because you've had these felonies within the last 10 years, so they'll send you some additional paperwork. Commonwealth is saying that they will abide with the same terms. They'll just change it from a pretrial diversion to a felony plea, okay?
All right, thank you.
Okay, they'll call you back in a few minutes. Gary Latimer. Gary Latimer. Commonwealth versus Gary Latimer, 21 CR 0091. Are you Gary Latimer? You born in 1969? Mr. Latimer, are you with me? Okay. You acknowledge Mr. Latimer's identity?
Yes, Your Honor.
What do we got here?
We're waiting a KCPC evaluation. I think that's what Mr. Stockton was getting ready to say. If we could, I mean, he's been on the list for a while now, but I know they're really backed up.
Yeah, I'm going to make a call and see if I can get him in a little quicker. We tried last month, but without success.
Okay, well, what do you want to put? We'll check back on this on February 10th, okay?
That'd be fine.
Okay. Rodney Manis. Commonwealth versus Rodney Manis.
Yes.
Mr. Manis, were you born in 1970?
That's correct.
Last four digits, social security number 3824.
That's correct.
Okay, we're here today on a pretrial conference. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, we're going to need a trial date and I need time. I thought I could get it done today at the grand jury, but there was a problem. I need to do a superseding indictment from a D to a C felony on the theft. So I need it set out late enough so I can do that next month.
February the
10th would be the next grand.
10th. And if you return indictments earlier, then we could just arraign him later that afternoon.
Yes.
Just make a note of that in the clerk's office, that when the indictment is returned, we need to put him back on the docket. Okay, thank you very much. Timothy Stapp. Commonwealth versus Timothy Stapp. Are you Timothy Stapp?
Yes.
We're here on 18 CR 0096. You born in 1988?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 8048.
Yes, sir.
What does the Commonwealth have in this case?
Your Honor, this is a motion to revoke probation. It's a 3-year sentence on possession. Mr. Stapp was supposed to have reported to Adonta. He didn't. For a while, Mr. Payne got an arrest warrant because he hadn't been reporting to him. He did ultimately report to Adonta, and then he was arrested. He's been seen by the SSC, who's recommended long-term treatment. If he wants to do that, the Commonwealth's in agreement. If not, then we would proceed with the revocation.
Mr. Shuffett?
Your Honor, Tim's in agreement to go to long-term treatment. I assume since SSC has made the recommendation, probation and pro can get that set up.
That's correct.
Okay, yeah, do I need to do it? You need to do an agreed order with a release transfer date or anything?
We'll do order in lieu of revocation, and probation and pro will set up the rehab.
Okay, we'll do that in lieu of, and we'll do a long-term treatment situation. And if you leave, I want it included in the order that if he leaves, that he shall immediately return himself to the Clinton County Jail.
Judge, I'll contact Megan when I have a release.
Okay, they'll contact the probation pro, so they'll contact you when you have a release date. Okay, thank you very much. Heron Tuggle.
This was ready to put up.
Commonwealth versus Heron Tuggle. I'll get you. Are you Mr. Tuggle?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were you born in 1995?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number 1135.
Yes, sir.
We're here in case number 20 CR 0064. What does the Commonwealth have in this case?
Your Honor, we have a plea, and then he didn't show up in court for a while. I'm willing to abide with the plea as long as any contempt time he's not given credit for it.
I couldn't hardly hear you. You have to give me some context on this.
We had a plea worked out, and there was an issue about his driver's license one day, and I think the court put him in jail. And then when he got out, he didn't turn himself in or didn't appear in court on the correct day. And so he's in jail now, I think, on contempt time. We still have the plea where he'd be pleading guilty to DUI and a criminal mischief and being in pay restitution. So I'm willing to go along with the plea if the court is.
How many days has he been down there?
I don't know. Maybe the jailer could tell us.
Yeah, hang on just a second.
Just January the 4th. 10 days.
Yeah, that's correct. January.
Well, he didn't show up and he wasn't truthful when we had him up here, so I will consider accepting a plea on February the 10th, okay? Okay. Do we have Gary Polson down there?
No, Your Honor, it's not been picked up.
Pardon?
No, we do not have him.
Kenny, I thought he was in on a misdemeanor case.
He bonded out on that before the indictment was ever served.
Well, he didn't get a bond. He got 30 days to serve.
He's not been picked up on that either.
Oh, that's right. He wasn't in jail when the hearing was held. Okay, I understand.
Issue a warrant for failure to appear. No bond. Okay, who do we have? What customers do we have left here?
I think we have Miss Scott and Mr. Jones.
Jamie Nicole Scott. Third time charm here. Okay, Ms. Scott, you previously identified yourself in 21 CR 0026. Are you still the same person? Okay, well, that's good news. Previously, you attempted to enter a pretrial diversion. We found out that you weren't available. Have you since had an opportunity to review your case with your attorney, and are you satisfied with her advice? You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution where I can take a plea. I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speedy trial, but jury right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. The right to produce evidence. The right to call witnesses in your favor. Right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. Right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charge against you. You understand that by entering a plea to that, you give up all those rights. I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. If I do not accept any recommendations and decide to give you a harsher sentence at your sentencing, I will allow you to withdraw your plea. Now, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation on a felony plea?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth offers Ms. Scott on a plea of guilty to trafficking controlled substance first degree, a 3-year sentence, probated, and a 5-year supervised, being referred to the social services clinician and follow the recommendations, credit for time served, fine and cost at the discretion of the court, obtain gainful employment of 30 hours of community service per week until employment, and remain on active supervision until all fines and costs are paid in full, and all evidence will be disposed of in accordance with the law.
What is the court cost? 155. We need some time for that. And she's not got any time to serve, so your first payment will be $30, 30 days from today, and then $30 every 30 days until you pay it in full. Should be a little over 5 months, right? You can pay prepaid anytime you want to too. Is that your signature on the offer there today? Okay. Well, I will accept the plea order, pre-sentence investigation, court number, probation, parole, and come back for your sentencing on February the 10th. Okay. Thank you very much. Now, who do we have left now? Working on Ricky Jones' paperwork.
I believe on that Ricky Jones case, I believe the court wants to, we can go ahead and do it. Because I think the law changed, it's 5 years now. It's 10 years.
I believe that's in the drawing. Looks like the last time.
Or we can change it to a felony plea.
Is he in jail?
He's been in jail for a while. That's the only reason I considered when he was doing the diversion. He's been there for a while. So it's-
Why don't you double check, why don't y'all double check that diversion period? Are you absolutely sure of that?
Well, then we had to change our order.
I need to change my checklist here, if that's the case, you know. I have to put my guarantee. Brad, you want to check that girl that was confused in jail that wouldn't say she had, do you know what the deal on her was?
She just didn't understand. She didn't understand that.
What, is this gonna cost her serving more time if we work?
She had to do it on her.
Okay, well, no harm, no foul, but I was gonna go back and let you know that you got some time to talk to
I'm
her.
gonna call her and tell her, you know, she was gonna be in the.
Okay, all right.
Pretrial diversion.
I think it's 10 years.
I'll probably go ahead and submit a direct court, order for her. That's 5 years, man.
But they cannot have been on probation, parole, or released from service of any felony sentence within 10 years.
So he wouldn't be.
Or that, yes.
Because he served out 2015.
Yes.
You wanted.
So that's counting.
Yeah, the very A subsection A says the program may be utilized for a person charged with Class C felony who has not within 10 years immediately preceding the commission of the offense been convicted of a felony under the laws of this state, another state of the United States, or has not been on probation or parole, or who has not been released from the service of any felony sentence within 10 years immediately preceding the commission of the offense. No person shall be eligible for a pretrial diversion more than once in a 5-year period.
Basically, really not gonna help a lot of people.
No, it's, yeah, if they were diverted before, it should.
Did you read it when we're going
No, I have not.
Okay, well, let's go off the record a second. We'll wait till you do that.
It's not like, it's almost like CEOs that you.
No, you're just. Have you been previously diverted in the past 5 years or had any felonies in the past 10 years?
Yeah, this is the question that I've been asking all the time. Have you been previously diverted in the last 5 years or had any felony convictions in the last 10 years? So that's what I've been asking.
But it's really, if you got off probation in the last 10 years, you wouldn't be on.
Correct.
But some pretrial diversion, there's a bunch of courts that do pretrial diversion.
But that doesn't apply because we're just talking about probation or parole in 10 years.
Or are you currently on probation?
Well, it wasn't confusing, it wouldn't be large.
Navient, they're a student loan company. They bought my student loans from Sally Mae. That's who I've been paying all these years. They have just now announced that they're going to forgive trillions of dollars in student loans. They sold my loan last month. To someone else, and now they're forgiving it. My loan was just sold to someone called Ascension last month.
How much was your?
That's it. It's a good question. there's a huge lawsuit, and they went and apparently sold a bunch of loans. And then settled the lawsuit, and agreed to pay restitution and pension loans. The people still live there. Always. But BJ got all excited and said, "Hey," I'm like, they just sold my.
That motion for.
I am too, I'm gonna call it.
When I get back to the office and when they have to try to figure out my shorthand. I took a shorthand class and got it down.
No, my grandma.
She took one.
She knew shorthand. I mean, you should see her, that she was still
Yeah.
the real legal thing. In court, that's how she took her name.
Talking to her. But in communication, we had a class that was deciphering something. And we had about a 3-week section, and there was nothing. We had to write a paper, like a 2-page type paper with nothing short.
Oh my gosh, I haven't read one of that before. She was a
Because
fast
I guess, I don't know where I said I had them, and I had a copy. I guess there are a bunch of there's some shorthand books.
Yeah, my grandma has.
Yeah, the top, yeah.
I remember watching her as a kid being so.
My
mad.
shorthand ain't that good. I got PC, I got BT.
That's- People probably need to read my notes because I thought my own was short.
I just hope we don't get the snow this coming.
It seems like it's gonna be right on the
I'm
way.
done. We had our big snow. We got to ride our sled. I'm done. I'm ready to get something for- I'm supposed to work in prison in LaGrange Saturday, thinking Monday. And I'm afraid. I'm gonna get there Saturday night and it'll stay in. Yeah.
When I get Jesse and Brad, I just got an email from Lauren about wanting to change the career to May. I don't know about available days.
Mr. Stockton, you, public defender, want to come up here about an email we just got. Mr. Shovett. When we finish this, we go back into one. Mr. Perigin, how's your work going on in your office? What are they doing now? In the back? Yeah. We just gotta, we're not on the record here, but we are broadcasting. How do I turn the broadcast off? Yeah.
Hang on back. Make sure your sound is off. Where we at?
Miss Anderson, which case are you on for?
I am with Billy Robert Catron, Gordon to custody.
Because I'm not seeing you on the docket.
I even have my paper right here.
Yeah. Can you tell me what that number on the top is?
It's the date.
No, the case number.
Okay. It is 270-864.
That's a telephone number.
Okay, I'm still looking.
It should be on the very top.
Where it says right here, this is my first time actually.
Yes, where it says civil action. What is that case number?
Okay. It is 21CI00116.
116. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. He doesn't have his thing on. Yeah. He's getting papers handed to him. Yeah. See? That's the judge. It's going down pretty fast. you want to thinking that is here. It is Rose Designs.
JP.
John Silver?
Yeah, he ain't took it off mute.
I gotta write this down. Oh, that.
Anderson.
Yes, sir.
Now, in this case, we get a default regarding custody, but we allowed the mother, if she were to seek to set aside the judgment, that she personally appear before the court on July 13th. So now she's here by Zoom. Can y'all see that over here? Can you see, Mr. Cross, can you see it on Zoom? Okay. And ma'am, you have something to say about this? You did not previously answer the pleadings, isn't that right, Mr. Cross?
Yeah, we received nothing. Sir.
Yeah, what do you have to say, ma'am? She frozen?
No. Here you go. You don't say.
Can you hear me?
Turn this back on her.
No, I thought it turned out.
Okay. Ms. Thompson, what do you have to say about this? Ms. Anderson, she's got me. I thought they had two of you there, same name. We had to defend the two of you the same names earlier, right?
What do I have
Okay.
to say about this?
Ashley Brianna Anderson, right?
Yes, sir.
What do you have to say about this?
I
You
don't
have to
want,
speak up, ma'am.
I don't want it like this, to be honest, sir. I think it's not true because I'm over here in Lexington doing what's good for me. And, you know, I have a statement from the beginning to what it is now, and it's all false. And I can fax those papers to you, Mr. Williams.
Well, here's what the deal is. Look at the camera and speak louder. They filed a motion for temporary custody in this case. Did you
Yes,
get a
sir.
copy of that served on you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you didn't ever respond to it?
I've been in rehab.
Well, I didn't ask you where you had been. I asked you, did you respond to it?
I had no way to respond.
The answer would be yes or no. Did you respond to it?
Yes.
You could have responded by saying, I'm in rehab and don't have the resources and can't respond to it and that sort of thing, but you didn't respond to it. Now, how many children? There's one child involved here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how old is the baby now?
She'll be 1
I'm
year
asking
old.
her. I'm asking her. How old?
She'll be 1 year old, the 19th.
Okay, now, did you leave the child with him? Or did you leave, or what circumstances did you depart from the child?
I broke up with him and I didn't come home from work, and I've been trying ever since then, sir.
No, you broke up with him and what?
I broke up with him and I did not come home from work. And that's the whole
So
reason.
you left, you deserted, right?
Yes.
Did you leave the baby with him?
He wouldn't let me get her.
I didn't ask you did you leave the baby with him?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now tell me why you didn't think you could come get the baby?
He told me I was an unfit parent.
Did you try to get the baby or were you threatened in any way?
Yes, I was threatened.
Well, tell me about it.
The day that I broke up with him, I came the next day and I went up there to get my stuff. And all I wanted to do, knowing that I didn't have somewhere to go, I just wanted to spend time with her. And I would have brought her back because I had my own car. He would not allow me to take her off the property and return her. And then I was told if I grabbed her, I would get my ass whooped. And then I went to Macarene's after that. I've been fighting this since August the 19th, sir.
Now, how long is your treatment going to last there?
Until the 18th,
18th of what?
this month, January.
And then what kind of plans do you have after that?
I am going to go to a house here that lets me have, if I do get my rights back.
No, I'm asking about what your
I'm going
plans.
to,
You're going to go to kind of a step down from this place you're going now. And it's gonna allow you to live there and try to get a job and get you back on your feet, right?
And I'm allowed to have kids.
Well, here's the thing about it. You're not gonna have any kids until you get your life straightened out, son. So, I mean, right now you have no place to take them. You have no job. You know, there's some issues here. Mr. Cross, what does you know, this order that I signed, this default order, gives him sole custody and makes no provision for her visitation at all. What do you see as the long-term solution to this thing as far as getting her involved in the child's life?
Your Honor, we believe that Billy is proper custodian for sole custody. If Ms. Anderson does basically pull her life together, I would think that she would work herself into some sort of reasonable visitation. But I think that she's got to prove herself. And, you know, I haven't heard anything from her. And Billy's got a stable home. And I believe that Ms. Anderson.
Who lives there with you with the baby now?
This is now. Now, wait a while, he's married.
The reason for not letting the child away from home was I didn't feel it was appropriate.
I understand. I understand that. Well, ma'am, I tell you what I suggest is, now that I know what's gone down on this thing, you work toward getting your life straightened out, toward getting a job and a place to stay. And where are you going? What town are you going to do this in?
In Lexington, I'll be staying with a friend.
Okay, well, I tell you what, you get yourself straightened up as far as establish, get you a job, get you a place to live. And they've got legal aid office there in Lexington. I would suggest that you go in and meet with the legal aid office. And then we can start working toward getting you some visitation and working you back into this child. The baby's still so young that if you get straightened out, she'll still know you as a mother if you get yourself straightened out. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I didn't want to take this custody without hearing from you. So that's the reason I put that provision in there, so I would know what was going on with you, to see whether you were still interested in having something to do with the child or not. So I would say you go meet with the legal aid, and Mr. Cross will draw up an order here which reflects the fact that I heard what you had to say and told you that I would consider the issue of visitation once you've established a stable home and a work record and the fact that you're free from this drug addiction that you had. And then we'll start working on that. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Could we have a mailing address for you, ma'am?
Yes, it is. Let me get my papers.
Well, here, Mr. Cross will give you the phone number, and you contact his office with a mailing address. We won't broadcast your mailing address. Okay?
Is it the papers he sent?
What's your number? You know your number?
606-387-6638.
Did you get that?
66, what, sir?
6638.
I got it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I hope things go better for you. Bye-bye.